Hello live! Matt here with Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Part 11, let's play! Ayan, so hinihintay ko lang na mag-load yung game. And I'm gonna tell you something kapag nag-load na siya. Ayan. Ayun na nga. So, I know I haven't been playing this game for the past few days kasi I just realized that I need to give myself a breather of what happened last a couple of parts because medyo na-stress out ako dun sa mga nangyari nung last time. Like I was literally burying the dead and I was witnessing a lot of NPCs dying. So I had to stop myself for a little bit not to play the game. Kailangan kong what do you call this? I need a breather, you know? Ang daming nangyari, ang daming namatay, so nag-break muna ako from playing this game talaga. Kasi talagang I was so upset nung yung part 10. I was so upset talaga kasi like hindi ko siya ina-expect. So sobrang shocking yun for me. Tapos the fact na ako pa yung naglilibing, like totoo ba? So sabi ko talaga, hindi muna ako maglalaro. Magpapagpag muna ako. But anyway, eto na tayo, part 11. So, kino-continue ko lang. Okay, let's go. And by the way, you guys, ako pala ay isa ng Red Mage. Ayan, nagpalit na rin ako ng job. And I'm also trying some disciple of hand jobs like blacksmith and culinarian. Pero hindi ko muna yun gagawin dito sa recording. A rewarding struggle. Okay, so Zeron is ready to continue the investigation into the mystery Cabal. How fares your training, my friend? I imagine you have grown quite accustomed to the shift between spellcraft and swordplay by now. I will continue to instruct you, but as I have said before, practical experience will serve you far better than any tiresome lecture. It is important that you treat every battle as an opportunity to learn. Speaking of which, Father Iliud mentioned that he had something he wished to discuss regarding our sigil-branded ambushers. Let's head inside, shall we? I am ashamed that it did not occur to me earlier, but I recall an incident that may be connected to this dreadful cult. A merchant's son was kidnapped in Ul'Dah some moons ago. When the merchant came to pay the ransom, however, both father and child were murdered. The perpetrators of this terrible act were never unmasked, but the evidence at the scene suggests the two were slain by thaumaturgy. What is more, this merchant was a native of Alamigo. Is this not also true of the father of the girls you rescued? Aye, he is Alamigan born, a man by the name of Wilkin, so his wife told me. Could he have been the true target of the kidnappers? We must speak with Master Wilkin at once. There are too many similarities in these cases to ignore, and I would not put it past this cult to make a direct attempt on his life. In anticipation of such action, I required after Master Wilkin's trading itinerary. It seems he is presently conducting business at the Manderville Gold Saucer, delivering stock for game prices or some such. Very resourceful of you, Father. Thank you. Come, Mateo, the gold saucer awaits. Thanalan, the Manderville Gold Saucer. Srantia. My apologies, Mateo. I neglected to ask if you were a patron of these halls, but we are here now and Master Wilkin is still occupied with his trade. I am tempted to eavesdrop on his dealings to learn what manner of a man we are saving. Let us play the part of happy gamblers and wander by his meeting in the Manderville Lounge. Just look for the wonderfully hideous golden statue. There's our Master Wilkin. Thank you again. We'll make the most of this gift, I promised you. Back straight and head up now, lad, or folk will become suspicious. You've done naught wrong. Besides, the coin is fair gotten and freely given. The young man he was talking to, he is known to me, one of the lads belonging to the Alamigan resistance if I'm not mistaken. Well, this is clearly more than some simple business deal, but why waste time on suppositions when we can speak with the merchant himself, eh? Master Mateo and Master Ziron, glad I am for this chance to thank you in person for the kindness you showed my daughters. A Father Eliud sent word to expect you. He also mentioned that the danger to my family is not yet past. You suspect that I have been marked for assassination? Have you any idea of the why? Say, retaliation for funneling funds to the Alamigan resistance under the guise of standard business dealings? I thought as much. I recognized your client as one of the young freedom fighters I had seen in Abania. Oh, rest assured that your secrets are safe with us. I myself have spent the better part of my life aiding the resistance. Your dealings do, however, seem to have drawn some rather unpleasant attention. Very well, you saved my children's lives, and so I will trust you with the truth. Many Alamigan refugees are employed here at the Gold Saucer, in no small part due to the wishes of the establishment's owner, Lord Godbert Manderville. Several of these employees have direct ties to the resistance, the young man you saw being one such conduit. As to why I meet them here, well, it is a matter of hiding the trees within the forest. There was another incident not so long ago when the son of an Alamigan-born merchant was kidnapped by a cadre of mages. When the father attempted to pay the ransom, the fiends slew both parent and child. I fear this scenario was one they hoped to repeat with you. Yes, a terrible turn of events that was. I did not know the merchant personally, but I knew of his efforts. He, too, was said to have supported the resistance with the fortune he made in Ul'Dah. And there we have our connection. They seek to eradicate resistance sympathizers. I sense the hand of the Empire behind this cabal. But the assassins themselves favor magic, so they are unlikely to be native Garleans. The puppeteer could very well be a hired killer, or mayhap a recruit from a subjugated province. We shall learn the truth in due time. For now, however, we must take steps to keep you alive. Lord Manderville is a member of the Syndicate, and the Gold Saucer is his domain. Striking at me here would be difficult to say at the least. I do, however, have pressing business to attend to in the Vesper Bay in the coming days. Vesper Bay? Vesper Bay, eh? Given its peculiar approach, I can think of a dozen places from which assassins could stage an ambush. Might you entrust your safety to Mateo and me? Together we will prove more than a match for any ambushers, and it would also afford us greater insight into our foe. You certainly appear capable. I will gladly accept your protection. Then it's settled. Let us travel ahead to Vesper Bay and scout out the area. Na-reach ko na pala yung cap ng guild. So, expect me to keep paying kasi it's much faster din naman to travel. Good, you're here. Master Wilkin has begun his overland trek from Ul'Dah. Before he left, I asked the good merchant to discuss his travel arrangements with less than his usual discretion. Assuming the assassins have eyes and ears on their target, we can assume they will have moved to occupy the most favorable ambush sites. Now, if I were intent on murdering a lone traveler, I would choose one of the two options. The first being the alleys here in Vesper Bay, and the second being the long dark tunnel leading into the town. I propose we split up and secure both areas. I will take the back streets and you can have the old mining shaft. Sweep the tunnel clean of ambushers, then meet me back here when you are sure that the route is safe. Okay, I'm serving the whole area now. Defeated their ambush, did you? Well done. As you can see, they had a second group awaiting in the wings. Your opponents were the same mute attackers as before, yes? I pity these cursed pawns, but we cannot let mercy stay our hands. They are little different from the walking dead and no art can restore them. I did, however, allow one to escape my blade. On purpose, of course. He seemed eager to disengage, and so I obliged. He limped off towards the coast, but with the wound I gave him, he'll not have fled far. I will attack this last assassin to his destination. Pray remain here and greet Master Wilkin. He should be arriving through your secured tunnel any moment now. Ah, Master Mateo, here I am, and with nary a scratch upon my person. My deepest thanks. You have saved my family, and for that I can never truly repay you, but I must at least try. Please share this gift with Master Zeron. My supplier will be waiting, and so I must take my leave of you. May Nald enrich you and bless your endeavors. We've had a stroke of luck. The man I followed leapt into the sea and was fished out by others in a rowboat. I last saw them making for a merchantman anchored out in the bay. Considering the absence of fear, I must assume the one who fled had been commanded to report the outcome of the ambush. If we can identify the ship, then we will be one step closer to unmasking this vile puppeteer. And then we can. Hmm? Another token from esteemed Master Wilkin? How kind that he seeks to reward us. Ah, and there's a note here as well addressed to both of us. Ahem. You have my eternal gratitude. Twice now has my life been saved by red mages, and twice by one in particular. Mayhap you remember the day, 20 years ago, when the Crimson Duelist fought to save the life of a child. I remember you, Master Ziron, for your scarlet garb was forever etched into my memory. 'Tis a strange feeling to be recognized for a decades-old deed. Had he not known me, would he have been so ready to place his life in our hands, I wonder? Aside from a few wrinkles, I suppose I have changed little in my appearance. I was clothed thus when we worked to evacuate our fellow Alamigans, even as the homeland we knew crumbled around us. But in the end, it is the lives that matter, not the place. Regardless of the circumstances, a red mage must strive to achieve the greatest good. So I have always believed our actions are our own reward, but a little acknowledgement does wonders to sustain one's faith, eh? Okay, let's do this. Level 54, Tracking the Cabal. Ziron awaits word of the merchantman's destination. I've asked some friends of mine in the science of the Seventh Dawn to keep an eye out for that ship. We should know if the assassins seek to enter any of the major ports. Ah, my Lanosean contact. Aye, this is Ziron. Are they still there? Excellent, thank you. It seems that the assassin's merchantman has been spotted sailing into Aleport. Come, we have no time to lose. Lanosea, Western Lanosea. Zerontia. My apologies for dragging you halfway across the realm, but I did promise you a journey. Now, as for the merchantman, I'm told it is anchored a short distance offshore. We need to know more about the connection between this ship and our foe. They may have simply paid for passage, but there is something about that vessel. I say we wander the port and see what the gossip there is to be had. Wait lang guys. Hello guys. Ayun. Time skip ulit. Ayun. I just had to like do something. Ayun. But since I'm done, I'm done. Oh, nandito sa loob. Dallying deckhand. The merchant was just sailed in? The merchant what just sailed in? I don't know buggery about it, not even the bleeding name. All I know is her crew's about as lively as a cabin full of corpses. It ain't natural. Are you kidding me? There's a rumor going around that the Yellow Jackets have been taking an interest in their dealings, so I'd rather keep me distance any road. I'm finished answering your questions. Now off with you. Okay. Somebody doesn't want to get involved. Modest merchant. Nay, me lad, I've not much to tell you about that ship. They say she's trading vessel what brings goods from 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝚃𝚰, but her crew's a sullen lot. Asking a friendly question about why what they was hauling got me naught but blank stares and silence. Okay. Nervous navigator. That ship's naught but trouble. You mark my words. I've mates what swear they've seen her pulling alongside Imperial vessels. Only the gods know what's hiding in that hold of hers. Could be weapons, could be prisoners. Just be bleeding Sadomir makes me whiskers twitch. Were you able to learn aught of interest? Strange crew, mystery cargo, ship's name unknown? I heard much the same. I'm beginning to think that our assassins used the vessel as a floating base, with no permanent camp on land. It would certainly be easier to avoid the attention of local forces, not to mention curious adventurers. I also spoke with an acquaintance in the Yellow Jackets, and he confirmed the ship's official status as a trader to and from 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝚃𝚰. Even if rumors of her dealings with Garlean agents in an open water are rife. As long as the merchantman appears to trade within the law. However, officials are reluctant to force their way on board and cause an incident. They have yet to uncover enough evidence, it seems. Well, if a solid reason to investigate is lacking, then mayhap we should help them find one, eh? Let's have ourselves a look in some of their crates on the docks. Just a little curiosity is all. I've been peeking in the cargo here, but there's one box secured with a lock. Smashing crates open may be taking things a bit too far, I'm afraid. Back to the ship, eh? The crate contains a ceruleum tank of Imperial design. Oh no. Okay. Ganun lang yun. Pag namatay, edi patay. Anong gagawin? At dahil dyan, gaganti ako. Assholes. Kailangan talaga may healer ako eh. Thank you, Chocobo! How did your investigation fare? I found a veritable bounty of military supplies. Cerulean tanks, imperial rations, imperial insignias on everything. The authorities will be most interested to hear this, I'll wager. What's that you have there? Bulky key. Well, dropped by one of the ship's crew members, you say, and I just so happen to have found a most inconveniently locked box. I shall go and relay our findings to the Yellowjacks. I'm sure you'll think of some use for that key of yours. You hear a faint groan coming from inside the box. Oh my god, who's in it? Oh my gosh, may tao. What? Where am I? Was I sleeping in a box? What an odd thing for me to do. Does a girl have a name? Arya. Arya Stark of Winterfell. Shut up. Yes, that's it. That's my name. Or is it? It's a lovely name. Do you think so? Then I suppose it would do for now. And what does a girl call you? Mateo. I'll try to remember that. Thank you for letting me out. What happened here? Is aught amiss? This last was inside the box? I might suspect a stowaway, but it was more likely she was kidnapped. The people who took you may be lurking nearby. We should probably put some distance. Come now. You need not fear me so. Mateo, please say something reassuring, would you? He's a powerful mage. You've gone and frightened her even more now. Never mind, let's see about arranging some lodgings for now, and we can discuss where to go from here. The poor girl was asleep within moments. This entire ordeal must have left her exhausted. As for the results of our efforts with the cargo, I suggest we continue this conversation outside. I presented our findings to the Yellow Jackets, and the evidence was indeed sufficiently damning to spark a full-scale investigation. Regretfully, it appears the assassins caught wind of the coming storm. A squad of soldiers was dispatched to the docks only to witness the merchantman sailing away with all hands on board. Not quite the outcome we'd hoped for, but at the very least they'll no longer find a warm welcome in Eorzea's ports. The other issue we face now is what to do with a young Arya. Her breath carries a faint aroma that may account for her memory loss. I suspect she was subjected to a certain incense which, when inhaled, can cloud a person's mind. The next step was likely to brand her with one of those vile sigils and effect the permanent destruction of her free will. It was fortunate that you released her when you did. Arya remains muddled, but her condition should improve with time. And once her memories have returned, we can learn exactly who she is, and just as importantly, perhaps, the circumstances which led to her capture. Okay. I can't do anything with you right now since you're locked. So I'm gonna do the Eyes on Me quest. Continuing the main Scenario quest. Eyes on me, level 35. Marquis believes he is being watched. I am not imagining it, Mateo. I know I'm being watched. This is different. Sinister. This is different. Sinister. It is as if I'm under observation. The feeling comes and goes, but I felt it when last I ventured outside. Yes, I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It will only take a moment. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me, but why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know of something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Please allow me a moment alone. Wait, Father Elud must hear of this. Will you tell him for me? It is important. I think others may come for me again. Heavens forfend that such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Did you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? Imperial short sword. This is a Garlean steel, which means the man who was watching Marquis was... Make haste to Count Drybone at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. Is there gonna be a scene?
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn. And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Cid Garland. I have come for you.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano. I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait, Hear me, Cid. Eorzea needs you.
Cid, was it? Here. These belong to you. I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
Who are you? 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽, at your service. As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the three city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the Scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned 𝙵𝙬𝙽 once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat 𝙵𝙬𝙽, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Cid.
I have an airship?
Yes, Cid, you do. Your very own airship. It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity, so let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
They need my airship. They need me.
He who waited behind. Father Iliud has some parting words for you and the others. What a curious twist of fate that Master Cid Garland, who would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Beg your pardon, Mateo. You wish to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the calamity, much like the great Gubu Wall of Ul'Dah. It states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Kerthas. If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over Folgord Float, the closest settlement to Kerthas. Mayhap the serpents stationed there have records of the events that transpired that day. I had hoped you might rest from your journeys for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid, Mateo. Aethilmare, is there aught I can assist you with, sir? The Enterprise? You speak of Master Garlon's ship, yes? I need not refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, clearly bound for Kerthas. What became of it after that I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Vortfort at Florentel's Spire. He was on duty that day and saw it with his own eyes. I am unsure what it is you hope to accomplish, though. Even should you locate the ship, would you not need a man of Master Garlon's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. You have come in search of Vortfort? Then well met, you have found him. Indeed, I have served as a whaler for many years, but since before the great snows came to Kerthas, what exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. 'Twas on the eve of the Battle of Cartano, nigh on 5 years ago. I held the spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I'd ever seen split the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Kerthas. The astrologians at the observatorium may have records which could help, but to obtain them you would need to deal with the Ish Guardians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates, and even now they have little regard to the plights of other nations. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refuse you at first, I have little doubt they would accept aid freely offered. Speak with Ludovois at the observatorium. Okay. Noted, sirs. Let's go. Okay, my dear Thunderbolt, let's go. Try ko nga mag-English, like British English here. Try ko lang. Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Durandire? And what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? Ha! How absurd. As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. The unending war. Sir Ludovois is doing his utmost to intimidate you into leaving. Hello and have mercy, are you still there? You might take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I am on duty. We're stretched thin as it is, and where in the hills is that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have you. Perhaps I have a use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandire, as is mine. Killed overnight. If it wasn't for you, sir, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Phew! Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend. I must say, I did not actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I see I may have been premature in my judgment, sir. We are a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humility. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your requests. However, understand that it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourself to Edmel. Ah, the gentlemen come in search of their airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovois be thinking? It is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because of this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you would persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Forlemot up above. Dang, this is a long stairs. Forlemot. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is you ask? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between Southron nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are the arbiters of Hallown's will. I will not put our great nation at risk, certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Forlemort. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Guillaume, you honor us with your presence, sir. The gentleman was just leaving. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandair's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship last seen in Kerthas 5 years ago, yes? Um, you come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your search. I would also strongly advise caution. The snows can come quickly in Kersas. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp of your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark whilst traveling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course. I was not aware you aided House Durandair in that fashion. Thank you, sir. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. Josiah, man of honor. You there, sir. I could not help but overhear your conversation with the chief astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform for me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observations alone, despite the presence of Ixal in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me. Can I just jump from here to there? Charot. What a relief to see someone other than God's damned birdman. I thought I could finish my work whilst the Ixal were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to... Wait, who are you? You're not one of our knights. A man of House Durandair cannot be seen in the company of unbeliever. Good day, sir. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. Ah, but you are eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you have already aided your own cause. House Durandare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Dravanian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalen for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Durandare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining the information from the other high houses. You've caused quite a stir in your short time here. First, you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you have rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. An introduction to the other high houses? I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you, but while you have performed 2 acts, you would have me endorse you to the 3 high houses. It is only fitting that you aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I do agree. I love challenge. Three for 3. Lord Portalen requires that you perform a 3rd task on behalf of House Durandare. Now, I understand you are very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not, for this task should take a man of your skills but a moment to complete. Not too long ago, a porter bound for the Skyfar Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to the House Helionot, further improving the chances that they indulge your request for aid. That's it? Charot. Have you good tidings to share, or better yet, stolen merchandise to show? God bless you, friend. It's all here, every last. But wait. That chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hells, that's the personal property of Lord Francel too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, then be my guest. Fury take me, a draconian rosary, in the possession of Lord Francel. Yet perhaps this is not so difficult to fathom. House Hellenot is whispered to be infested with heretics. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, sir. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with House Hellenot. Your other instructions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. The Rose and the Unicorn. Carolot. Sir Carilo has something very important to tell you. Accept. Come closer, lad, and listen well. This is for your ears only. Lord Francel is no heretic. He is a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Helena for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go. Francel. Yes, you look as though you have something to say, do you? Is that an Edelweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to meet me? I see. Sir Carilo has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Kerthas since the calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. That's absurd. I would sooner die than become all thrall of the dragons. Alas, it matters little what I say at this point. Although the draconian rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbor even the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered of late. It is as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. Risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship? I see. It may require a prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one in a better position to assist you. Lord Horkefant of House Fortemps, or Fortemps, commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs. Thank you so much. Not my problem. Horchefant. The unmistakable swagger of a well-traveled adventurer. If you are come to pay your respects, be at ease, friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter. Pray, tell me why you have come. If there is any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes, the letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you required assistance. What might that be? So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Kerthas before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any witnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Cartano, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Fortemps. The Talk of Kerthas. Lord Horshifont has a proposal for you how you might participate in his investigation. As you have doubtless realized by now, the high houses of Ishgard, House for Temps included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean that there are no influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were make inquiries of your own. Lady Nine of mine own House for Temps, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There is also Cravelin of House Helianard, who can be found at the Skyfar Locks, though any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to parse. Have you spoken with the chief astrologian of the House Durandare yet? Really? Perhaps he will be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House Four Temps. Do not concern yourself with House Zemail. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the three I mentioned and return to me when finished. Adventurer, I hear you like a good hunt. The common folk tell me they have lost a good many of their animals to an ogre. Their petitions have come to naught, and so they come to me, and I in turn come to you. We must needs have a decoy for this hunt, but I would not ask the folk to risk more of their livelihood. Let's use my own beloved Sebastian to lure this ogre out in the open. Oh, he is my darling caracal. A white knight keeps her own source of wool. Yes, Sebastian has clothed me since I came to this camp and will someday feed me too, no doubt. But today you will return him to me safe and sound. A word, adventurer. House for Temps has just called a reward on the snow wolves that harass our supply trains. These creatures are most dangerous when young and starved, and this litter of four is both. I lost 2 good men to these wolves had they been knights. The hunting horns would have sounded ere their blood has rusted. I would see you avenge them, and the reward is a fair one. Bring back the hides, and we shall both gain what we seek. Tapang na to. Gravelin. Alone, grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord 𝙵𝙬𝙽? I want to help you, I truly do. But these accusations of heresy have thrown House Helianot into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. Folimort, I gather you have been busy since last we spoke. Lord 𝙵𝙬𝙽's missive was positively glowing, but if you think that his endorsement is a cause for me to disregard his guardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We are at war, sir, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why, in the short time since Inquisitor Guillaume arrived in Kerthas, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord 𝙵𝙬𝙽 wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost ship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Tampalin ko kaya ito? Buisit. Ah, there you are, and let us toast a job well done. I've just finished brushing Sebastian. He will get some squash with his hay tonight. Corinthios spoke highly of you, and he's right, I think. There is much to be said of a man who has sworn not to a master, but to his work. With adventurers, one need only speak the end, and they devise their own means. From that smug look on your face, I should say there are 4 fewer wolves in Kerthas today. Show me the pelts and complete your triumph. These are they. See you the markings here. With these help pups gone, all our people shall breathe easier. How near it is that we scorn death in the maws of a ravening beast. These men died in battle as surely as any on the dragon pyre. When knights are thin upon the ground, it is the lowly of the house who suffer. Grooms and washers, porters and yeomen. Our house patches with adventurers whatever is threadbare, but some of the other high houses continue to bar the gates against our outlanders altogether, or treat them with such disdain that any service they accept must surely bear a taint. Honor is in how justly we treat others who serve the cause alongside us. In a life and death, out of honor flows all that makes a man of a boy, a woman of a girl. Surely when we meet Halloween in the afterlife, 'tis honor she judges, not pride. Don't light my fire. A word, if I may. Have you the inclination to take another commission? I would not ask you if you do not look rested or refreshed. You may have heard whispers of it, but a patrol lost its way in the blizzard and wandered into the ogre's belly. Needless to say, not all of them returned alive, and the sawbones have been carving all manner of bits of those that did. They mistook willow wikes for the light of the cap and were lured into the cave. We've enough perils around us without those quizzing devils amusing themselves thus. We cannot have men gainsaying their own eyes, afraid to trust the lights they see in the distance. Will you take yourself to the ogre's belly and dispatch those wikes? Why, hello, good sir. What's that? An airship, you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Fortemps does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue given how many members of House Helionard have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Durchschnitt. Papa do preach. That daughter of mine, when she has a mind to do a thing, there's no stopping her. She's gone off to the Weeping Saint alone. I've told her time and again, it's not safe with all the unbelievers about. You're one of those fearless, fire-breathing adventurers, aren't you? Normally I'd tell you to stay away from my fine, high-spirited lass, but right now I bid you go in hot pursuit to the Weeping Saint and bring her back safe and sound. What if I do not want to? What if I do not feel like doing what you're asking me? Belmont. Too many enemies. Sharp of eyes and broad of smiles, Belmont is a hard man to resist when he has a request, and he appears to have one now. Well met, brother in drudgery. I am a sellsword myself, but I doubt this lot here rates that any higher than adventurers. But I cannot complain. I have 3 squares and clean straw enough to sleep in, even if I moil all day for it. Any road, thought I'd share some of the work with you today. A wagon bound for House Fortemps broke its wheel shaft on the way and sent word that they'd be half a day late. Ain't showed up yet. They're on the east road. Those legs of yours won't find it too far. I've got my own donkey work here to see too, but we'll have a mug of something when you return. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 daughter. My father has sent you to fetch me back? My, he must be overstrung. He usually mislikes adventurers. He knows very well that I must have the blessed water, and one can hardly get it anywhere else. Father means well, but I cannot have him ordering me home and insisting on armed chaperones. This war is older than he or his own father. What does he mean to do? Hide me away in the tea caddy and hope that the war ends before I am old and grey? Still, I'm not insensate to the dangers. Huh? What? Still, I'm not insensate to the dangers. Will you keep watch while I fetch the water? Who knows, you may discover an unbeliever in the woodworks. Suspicious fellow. What truck have I with you or with me, huh? All may partake of the saint's tears, or do you not believe that I am worthy? I am. I know what you're thinking, adventure man. I do. You're as transparent as the water there. The water she's taking. You think I'm one of those unbelievers. I find your accusations vile and remove myself from your foul presence. What's wrong, and what is it you have in your hand? This no soldier's weapon, and none but knights have leave to bring a weapon into a holy place. Perhaps there really was a heretic here, or I have somehow summoned one by my own careless jest. I shall return to Camp Dragonhead forthwith. I am not easy in mind, kind adventurer. You do your best not to linger. You made a good time. What news, Exel? Got them all, huh? Poor sods. I tell you, the high and mighty around these parts don't even see in black and white. They see in dragon and not dragon. You know of what I speak? All manner of nasties that don't breathe fire kills just as many men, but that's neither here nor there for them. Ain't nothing to me either, I suppose. This blaze not enough men, not enough arms, and cold enough to make a man piss ice. I tell you, coming west to offer my services was mayhap less wise than I thought. This is a chill that even a bowl of Montoy soup won't cure. Ah, to be in Gridania again. I'm sorry, but I have other things to do. I have to do my main scenario quests now. I thank you for her safe return, but she is much subdued and will not tell me what passed at the Weeping Saint. I shall want answers, and quickly. A strangely furtive man, you say, gazing fixed upon my girl, and armed in a holy place. It may well be an unbeliever, for who would risk doing such things? A girl of noble blood who eschews the seclusions that is her due makes an excellent prey. Of course I know this. Many think me a scandal for allowing a daughter to run wild, and of course I worry every day and every minute. Yet I would not take the world from her. She is what she is, a rambling rose, and she cannot help what she was born to do. I will keep her safe, from a distance mayhap, but safe. Oh gosh, stop giving me money, people. I don't have any more I don't have any more where to place my gil. Quarantio. Back so soon with full success. Those wikes never knew what struck them, I'll wager. By Hallown, it is good to have something go well. Ah, forgive my outbursts. It has been a difficult week, moon, some longer span of time. Like a siege, though none exist, and man cannot live in a constant state of unhappy strain. The success you convey back to me means a great deal. By your countenance, I take you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole Kurthas is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope that my sources in Ishgard provide more pertinent information. Road to Redemption. Lord Horsefont is concerned for Lord Francel's well-being. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in recent days. I have received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I'm not certain what he intends to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray journey to the Steel Vigil and see if Lord Francel's party requires assistance. Who goes there? Matteo? No, stay back. The fiend is still here. I heard the beast's cries from over yonder. Then Lord Francel is safe? Bless you, sir, bless you. Curse those fiends, it is as though they knew we were coming. Unfit knight. Paano babae? Sus. Confound it all, how are we to redeem House 𝙵𝙽𝙽 if we cannot even slay a single Avis? We are fortunate you came along when you did, sir. House 𝙵𝙽𝙽 will remember your kindness. It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House 𝙵𝙽𝙽 that yielded the Steel Vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat here heralded the slow decline of our house's once great name. We have been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy. And despite my best efforts, I have done naught to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. What did you find at the Steel Vigil? I see, a reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francel at Skyfar Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance, for fear of being seen in the company of a man who might later be declared a heretic. A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which Inquisitor Guillaume has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association, yours. Following the evidence, Lord Hoshifant suspects that someone is conspiring against Lord Francel. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocence is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me of the incident in question. So it was found in a locked chest labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else with the access must have planted it. Here is what you must do. Return to Skyfar Locks and speak with the Rickman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Kerthas, so he may have some inkling of who could be responsible. May sasabihin ako pero later na. Oo, siya yung kailangan ko. Oo, be. Mm-mm. Eh, someone tampering with shipments? Fury strike me down if all of them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted. Hey now, don't you give me that look, lad. I'm a House Helionaut man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family too. I ain't saying the porters what were bringing the shipment did it, though I know most of them what work the trade routes, and I've never had cause to question their faith. But if it wasn't for them, but if it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, most every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it. Eh? Could it have been the fellas what were responsible for the inspections? Ah, Ishgardian knights and inquisitors, the lot of them, as if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead with White Brim front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. I'm gonna keep paying because I have so many gil. I've reached the cap, so I'm just gonna keep paying. A pathetic porter. Beg your pardon, you suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Helionaut shipments? What nerve! If you truly believe such nonsense, search our parcels and see what you find. Are we finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. But that's impossible. Once the knight at the White Brim front concluded her inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. If I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed you to search my shipments. Say what you will to Lord Horsefant. I will not be held accountable for this. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Rickman have to say? More draconian rosaries in every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully House Helionard's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise alone that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we are to clear his name. In the eyes of gods and men, excuse me. From the very first, I knew it could not be that so many members of House Helionaut were heretics. At last, we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear my words to Inquisitor 𝙵𝙬. Tell her that House Fortemps asks, nay, demands, that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. Oh, they're here. I'm glad we left the observatorium. The people there were not friendly. Though even here I can feel eyes upon us. We are not safe. We came to find an airship, and yet now we meddle in Ishgardian affairs of state? Gods, if Alizé were here, I would never hear the end of it. What is it, my child? Lord Horschiffon would have the Inquisitors do what? But that's not possible. Inquisitor Guillaume presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witch Drop even as we speak. Fear not, if Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Hallow's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. They have taken Lord Francel to Witch Drop? This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die, Matteo. I would dispatch you and one of my knights to Witch Drop to forestall the proceedings until such time as I am able to join you and petition Inquisitor Guillaume in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel alive. Orline. Hail, Matteo. As you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us as a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Joacin Charlemagne Francel de Helionot, you stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers. These charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever opposed the Dravanians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in the service of the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Hallowed to judge if you speak truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff and entrust your faith to the Fury. The righteous shall take their place in Hallow's halls, while the wicked shall reveal their dragon forms and be put to the sword. In the name of House Fortemps, I beseech you, stay your hand. Inquisitor, we are come on behalf of Lord Horschiffon. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. Lord Harshaphant has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment, that he should harbor private doubts. I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. We must hold them until Lord Harshaphant arrives, Mateo, and remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop, but this trial, like many others, I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House 𝙵𝙬𝙽. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you of this? By the Fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight who refused to yield, it was he who summoned the wyvern. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord 𝙵𝙺. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which you first brought you to Kerthas, Mateo. Pray locate your errant airship and use it. Lord 𝙵𝙺, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard, and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you had jumped off your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House 𝙵𝙬𝙽. Praise alone it did not come to that, but it profits us a little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, Mateo. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. That's crazy. You look well, Mateo. May I say that what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honor of his house, and I might well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. House Fortemps and House 𝙵𝙬𝙽 shall never forget your service. Now, let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise. The final flight of the Enterprise. The man with knowledge of the Enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. Discomposed cataloger. How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but just a few days prior. Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Kerthas several days before the calamity, yes? Well, it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the stone vigil in the far northwest. The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need of it an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord 𝙵𝙺 is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so mayhap he can lend you a few. In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray for your success, friend. Oh, so you have at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The stone vigil. Ah, perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by the decree of House Durandare. I will write a letter to Lord Drillmont of White Brim Front and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest that you request Lord Francel to do the same. Not now that your business in Camp Dragonhead has concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys, Mateo. May Halon guide you. Wonderful to see you again, Mateo. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Name it. So the airship you seek is likely inside the stone vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Helianot. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the stone vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt that my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillmont. Nevertheless, I will write you your letter. But before you depart, a word of caution. The Cravens who attempted to destroy House Helianot have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbor great hatred towards us and towards you now as well. So ayun na nga, sasabihin ko na yung dapat kong sinabi kanina pa. I don't actually like winter. I hate it with passion. Kaya playing this area right here is somewhat of a surprise kasi nga I hated winter. But okay lang pala kung sa games. Pero in real life, I hate it with passion talaga. You desire an audience with Lord Drillman, do you? Ha! I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. What do we have here? Letters from Lords Horshifant and Francel, is it? Likely... Oh, you're serious. What to do, what to do. Ye of little faith. Your timing could not have been worse, traveler. Lord Drillman's attentions are focused solely on the stone vigil at present. In any case, it is not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Albois. Yes, Sir Albois can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Sir Brunadier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you that he is mistaken. Lord Drillman hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for head chirurgeon Astidian. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? If the Enterprise is indeed inside the stone vigil, then we must convince Lord Drillman to cooperate. Are you here to visit a patient, sir? What's this? Letters of introduction from House Fortemps and Helionot. With documents such as these, you need not seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Gordiner. He should know Lord Drillman's current whereabouts. Time is a resource we can ill afford to squander. We must gain entrance to the stone vigil without further delay. Good or no? What reason have you for barging into? Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. Lord Drillman is just up these stairs. Letters or no, though, I would not expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. You had best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. Show proper respect and it shall be returned in kind. Sir Gardeno permitted your passage? Very well. Speak. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may Okay. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. Are you the avatar of Fury herself? We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillmont. You know our name and you know our deeds. We are come to Kerthas to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nangarlond who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive, but that's impossible. Indeed it is, my lord. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in Whitebrim front but three mysterious strangers? Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the calamity, and two Scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that the House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these three seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment I nearly believed this mummer's farce. You three will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, Mateo, we must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Drillman's trust. Understood? Itong gilom na to kanina pa eh. Tampaling ko kaya ito. Post-fort. Factual folklore. You, the lad responsible for that commotion upstairs. Aye, word travels fast in Whitebrim front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drillman's mind. If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinion of those under his command. Win over the barracks and he's sure to take notice. How, you ask? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contained no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. It wouldn't be a quality meal, it's true, but it would be a damn sight better than nothing. If you've a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in the Danifan Pass? If you have a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Danifan Pass and take this bottle of vinegar? Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. I'm not doing any more sub-quests, so I'm gonna do main scenario quests for the remainder of this recording. So I'm just saying that beforehand, because this is getting ridiculous. ridiculous and annoying. Kasi magtatatlong oras na tong recording. And I do not want to go far beyond 4 hours. It didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. Oh dear, remind me to never wander near Mud Puppy's spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road, this should only take a minute. I'll just need to do this and voila! Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here and up above. We ought at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. Is that a fresh cooked steak? Alon's blessings be upon you, friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in fortnight. Dang, you haven't eaten in like 2 weeks? You there, lad. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. Yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed as if I had the strength of 10 men, and their wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. Immortal. Ever must we train to maintain our skill at arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance. You are a god's send, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Durandare must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Hoth's fort. It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? Ah, but I've forgotten about the hardworking chirurgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking this steak to Sonoda? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend her own. Sonoda. Beg your pardon, sir, but I am busy attending to this man. I will be with you in a moment. Is that? Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh, this is this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. The best inventions. Sid would like to furnish the infirmary with a new alembic. Might I have a word with you, Mateo? It concerns the chirurgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs, you see. So I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working my hands kindles familiar feelings. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 3 ice sprites, though commonly used to produce the temperatures of an alchemical mixtures. There is a way to alter their properties so that they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Have you obtained the cores? If so, please show them to me. What an amazing device, but is it truly an alembic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I have no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder, were thee the kindly stranger bearer of gifts of wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost? Their earnest efforts are but a means to us an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers. Fuck you, Guillaume. Why does that man detest us so? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Exactly. Influencing Inquisitors. Sid is concerned about Inquisitor Guillaume. Before we can persuade Lord Drillman to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Guillaume that we are not his enemy. But just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Kerthas. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of Whitebrim Front. Share your findings with Alfinod in the square. I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there. Inquisitor Guillaume? Yes, of course I know of him. Alas, I have not seen him since the day he came to Whitebrim Front several moons ago. Are you lying? He was just upstairs a moment ago. What do you mean? My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in snow that day, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in a darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but I slipped and took a terrible fall. When I awoke, it was days later in this very bed where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end, Inquisitor Guillaume rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, sir, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. Well, he seems like noble enough to help someone in need, but still annoying nonetheless. Under Inquisitor Guillaume's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great in his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Goodness gracious. Inquisitor Guillaume, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. Aye, we have learned of your deeds at Witchdrop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you. The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Hallown's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. Well, fuck you, Guillaume. In case you haven't yet noticed, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. I realized it soon after our arrival, but paid it no mind as I had hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind, our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you have been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained, Matteo. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Guillaume's motivations. By the lights of Ishgard. Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate, yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we have arrived in White Brim Front, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of a city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from north of the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. It cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Gelot is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhap retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery? So what do you plan to do with it, huh? So what do you suggest I do with it, huh? So this is by far my hated place. You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guillaume, newly come to Kurthas and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we have yet to discern his true identity, or why has he decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, Matteo, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Blood for blood. Alfino is determined to discover Inquisitor Guillaume's true identity. Excuse me. Since Lord Drillmont has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, yes, mayhap that this is the only way left to us. Confront Ser Gelot with the evidence you discovered and see if it helps him to recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelations. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the enterprise. So we have an impostor in our midst. Oh, you have returned. Is there something else you wanted to ask? The Inquisitor is an impostor. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He is a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that this is all a lie? If you're so certain that your ludicrous story is true, then go speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here. But I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Okay. Fair enough. Where would she be? Is she upstairs? Is she here? No. I don't sound British at all. More like Aussie. Prunilla. You, I do not believe I know you, sir. Pray move along and trouble me no more. Are you in the habit of handling bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know naught of it, not at all. What? Do you doubt my words? Away with you. I will suffer your slander no more. Bitch. I'm gonna doubt the fuck out of you. You know, don't you? Fury take me. I prayed this day would come. When Ser Joello gave chase, I followed close behind. He did not fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him. Nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy, but what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Ser Joello and I would be spared. But if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. his robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together, we carried Sir Joilo to the infirmary, and in his first night with Whitburn Front, Inquisitor Guillaume was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Drillmont, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of Whitebrim Front. So I took several from his chests and planted them in his shipments bound for Skyfar Rocks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Helianot, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Alone forgive me for not acting sooner. Oh shit. Dios mío. That is shocking. This is crazy. Suspicious box. Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the stone vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. There had better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find these papal encyclical? Fury, take me. The Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first I must needs beg your assistance. Help me find my knights and bring this infernal impostor to justice. The heretic among us, except that thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him in his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has branded a heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength. Together, let us put an end to the impostor's heresy once and for all. Good to have you with us, sir. When Lord Drillmont arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? You need not tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Hallow's halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? By all that is holy, I swear to you that I have never questioned the teachings of Hallowed. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillmont, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am at present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain! I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kin, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. Grave allegations indeed, but you will find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that which I owe no allegiance? No, Lord Drillmont, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence? Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. But I know you will not hear me, deafened by dogma as you are. If you desire retribution, Lord Drillmont, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Dravanian fang and claw. My glamours dispelled. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ashgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, White-Brim front shall fall. Defiant to the last, leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Mateo, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our midst. It is past time that you were reunited with your airship. But this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray visit me at White-Brim front and bring your associates. Where have you been, Mateo? The false Inquisitor has been slain, has he? Yes, well, his was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. In pursuit of the past, Alphino is eager to enter the Stone Vigil. As I am sure you will agree, it is past time we enter the Stone Vigil. Pay Lord Drillmont a visit and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow along. Anon. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillaume would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the science of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Yes, of course. It is the very least I can do, given all that you have done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes, I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we have been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by the dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Kerthas, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive him out, and I cannot say when the situation will change, or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drillmond, but there is no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without Ishgardian aid. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Nathalain of your impending visit. May Halon guide you, scions. Hail, Bateo! Lord Drillmont has appraised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whenever so you will. Okay. Okay, last dungeon before I end the recording, guys. Kerthas, the Stone Vigil. Eto na, final boss. Look, it's the Enterprise. Yes, just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. The dragon is not our concern. We have come for the airship, and only the airship. Sid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare it for launch. You, Mateo, stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, you may need to provide distraction until we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? That settles it then, shall we, Sid? As you command. So you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting, most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests? A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Ixal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, slayer of Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle. Assuming, of course, you live that long. Alphino, the dragon. Confound it all. Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer. Mateo, are you alright? Speak to me. God be praised, I feared the beast had injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride. Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. It's a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state. But if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If all are in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye. It is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. This is also familiar. I know this airship. If I could just... Bah, it's no use. Let's go. Ah, how I have longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yet I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? Anyway, you guys, yan muna ang part 11 ng Final Fantasy XIV online for Nintendo Switch 2. Until next time again, ciao!